Each pie, banana, and Reese's take 5? Yo, give me. What's everybody doing? It's me. Hello. Hi. Howdy. What's up? Tasty though sounds good. I had 6 animal crackers with my coffee. 6. Because I'm greedy like that. But I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. This is kind of a filler stream between you know, Saturday's build stream and tomorrow's Remnant 2 DLC drop. But I do have some builds ideas I kind of want to re-teach myself how to play and see if certain ideas translate over. Um, Grenade builds are, by endgame players commonly known to be some of the most powerful things you can do in this game. And Grenade Amara is not one that gets a lot of love. Grenade Zane's not one that gets a lot of love either. I want to see if some of the Amara ideas can translate over to Zane with some proper staring at a skill tree. We'll see what happens. How we doing? Nunu, Rapid Fire, Jay Bridge, Mr. David Bowling. How long have you been green? When did this happen? And anyone else might be lurking about, of course. I spilled a little bit. We broke the new scam train record. W. Let's go. Is it green for cash money? Thank you, good for that, by the way. I can use the intended action skill now. It's crazy to me how this game still hasn't gotten old. To me, at least. Like, there will be windows of time where I don't feel like I have a reason to boot it, but it's never not fun. That's crazy. Ball stream even better. I'm just streaming me handling my balls. Phase flare and your terrible targeting. That is something I did not miss. Yes, this build does have the Stone Swan seal of approval for remembering to shoot a fucking Guardian Angel. Yeah, the counter is slow. It should be on a 5-second cooldown. Oops, I got too close. Ace GA shooting. The Snipebot's mad at me for breaking the counter. You're too powerful. The flow of the Valkyrie fight is something special. Something hypnotic about just, same reason I like the Anathema fight, which I don't think it's a coincidence that that's the mid-boss of each takedown. There's like some element of getting lost in like the rhythm of the fight. I don't know, I think it's exceptionally good game design. Mr. Sean, how you doing? Wasn't my smartest move. Hey, Mr. David Bolin, thank you for taking care of Mr. Sean. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Playing around the terrain is so awkward sometimes. So a huge component of what makes this effective is the fact that I'm applying dots, like meaningfully powerful dots, while also doing the grenade stuff. And yeah, Catharsis still breaks the music on the bridge. Here, the music stopped. Yeah, there's a specific Amara skill that does that for some reason. But the dot angle is what has me bonking about some Zane things. Because Zane does have some unique dot tech. Let me get my phase flare active. Game. Thank you. There we go. See, Amara, I'm happy. How you doing, Pericles? The runes dots in? I did not. At some point, BL3 Spaghetti just doesn't phase you anymore. What, skills turning off music? Yeah, it'd be like that. Yeah, Shooting Star is incredibly good. The downside, though, is that it's incredibly fucking awkward. Like, it's at a tier that you can reasonably reach in any build, because any Amara build wants Expedite. But it's... So, like, Phase Flare goes away and you go down. It fails in spectacular ways, a lot like Gamma Burst, actually. If you target weird positions, or if you're, like, in the air when you activate it, and then it doesn't path through terrain very well. But, like, if you are able to get Shooting Star to spawn and work, it's really good. Funny I didn't like her so much at the beginning, now she's probably my favorite BH. For me, there was a window where I didn't really like playing Amara either, because my perception matched that, like, widely echoed falsehood of, oh, she's OP. Doing anything on Amara is invalidated because of how OP she is. And it sucks that a lot of people still feel that way, but, like, it's just something that got circulated a lot that is demonstrably untrue. And also, even if it was, you personally not enjoying the playstyle of a particular character does not invalidate that gameplay experience for the entire fucking player base. Like, just because I would rather drag my scrotum down a flaming freeway covered in broken glass and switch ports of Mortal Kombat 1, does not, then I'd rather do that than play Salvador, does not mean that, like, people playing Salvador are invalid. Like, you can like things and dislike other things. That's okay. It's oddly specific. I like to mix it up when I make analogies. And I recently watched some coverage on how terrible the switchboard of Mortal Kombat 1 is. So I figured the level of pain would be equivalent to other harmful items. There's Catharsis breaking the audio. How'd you miss? There we go. So here's the statistic that should be pretty easy to swallow. Phase Flare does massively more damage per activation than Iron Bear. That doesn't sound crazy, right? I think that's something even people who think Iron Bear is the greatest thing ever, I think that's something they can accept, because it's commonly known that Phase Flare at its peak does ridiculous damage. Yeah, see, Kevin's agreeing. But the thing you have to understand is the magnitude of that gap. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, it does a couple 100 mil more. It's like, no. I don't I can't visualize the necessary exponent for Phase Flare's damage potential over its activation versus Iron Bear's damage potential over its activation. I can't visualize it. It is a number that my brain cannot comprehend because it's that far apart. It's just the key differences are Iron Bear is easy to use and requires next to no gear investment, and Shooting Star's AI is it's certainly a thing that exists. Rin just made a Zane video, both off of Arm and Flit stuff you did with a few modifications. Looks very fun, actually. Ooh, I'll have to watch that. That sounds good. This is news to me, to be fair. Okay, it's probably because that awkwardness I mentioned puts people off of Phase Flare so much. But even the non-damaging variant, or the variant that is not focused on dealing damage, that being Glow Up, even this does more damage per activation than Iron Bear. Like, straight up. It just does. Like, this action skill is an absolute powerhouse. This is part of why I say that Ghostblade in Wonderlands is just Phase Flare, like, perfected, because Ghostblade is a single target monster, and in tightly packed groups of enemies, it's also a monster there. Ghostblade completely eliminates the issues of, you know, pathing. It still has hitbox issues, but pathing is eliminated. And that's a big deal. Like, all variants of this. Light Fantastic is super fucking cool. And if the pathing wasn't an issue, I think Light Fantastic with things like Baby Maker or Hunter Seeker, Bangarang, Dark Army, it would be a lot more common. Not that those things aren't done. I'm pretty sure Mr. Sean has made a build with each of those with Light Fantastic. But I think they'd be more common if this path better. 10 pounds of clunk in a 5-pound bag? Yeah, absolutely. Shooting Star is really cool because it takes all the reasons why Sparkplug is good, minus the hitting through walls thing, and just puts that on Phase Flare on top of everything Phase Flare already did. It's really good area denial in whatever element you want of the action skill elements. That lets you multitask while it's out doing its thing. Like, even though I'm holding a GA to boost it, you could conceivably just have, like, Phase Flare Anoint on a regular gun and just be shooting while it's doing its thing, or just any regular gun with URAD. And all of Amara's action skills are kind of like that for their insane damage profile, except for this one. Even this one, even Deliverance, which is absolute shit compared to all of the other phase cast variants. Even this one is pretty high per activation compared to some other things. When you factor in the child projectiles being able to crit and trigger stuff that way. A lot of action skills can't crit. This kind of can. But this one, yeah. Iron Bear's ability is to just have phase cast worth of power in every shot, not a peak phase cast worth of power. But still, yeah, it doesn't get you anywhere close to the peak, but you don't need peak power in anything in this game. It gives you a lot of consistent power with no risk, very simple inputs, and the lack of like requirement of gear investment is a big thing with Iron Bear. Now you can invest in gear in Iron Bear to improve its performance. Something like a Flame class mod is going to massively increase your uptime. A Bear Trooper class mod massively increases your uptime. And then having rolls of Stainless Steel Bear, really big guns, you know, increases your damage as well. Flare class mod is one of the biggest damage increasing class mods in the game, just unconditionally across the board. Across, if you were doing damage, it's usually better. But that gap is like smaller. Like Iron Bear with no gear investment at all is gonna do way better than, say, Phase Flare or Phase Cast with no investment at all. For that reason, that's why a lot of people will assume that Iron Bear is just better. But like the thing is, it's as difficult to reach that no investment at all threshold as it is to reach the perfect gear threshold. It's not something you do by accident, because to boost phase cast on Amara, the splash variants are already boosted by Heavy Rain, tier 1 skill purple. Boosted by Do Harm, tier 1 skill blue. Over in red, you've got Tempest in tier 2, and people are just going to take that because it says damage on it, right? Like, there's ways to boost it without trade-offs, and this is one of the things that makes Iron Bear so good, because Stainless Steel Bear and Cloud of Lead and Scorching RPMs and Stoke the Embers and Daka Bear, and like there's so many skills that will do something for you and something for Bear. I'm going somewhere with this. This all has a point. So it's very easy to get Iron Bear above that average point where you have more investment, you have enough investment into it to call it supported by your build rather than just something that is there and you are clicking. And that's something that's harder to do on, say, Zane. With anything Zane does. And this was the thought process I was going through when I was wanting to play Amara grenade stuff. Getting investment into anything on Zane is like you're having to use specific gear for it if it's outside the wheelhouse of I'm gonna shoot a gun a lot. And like interestingly, because of Guardian rank, which here it is, combo, Zane having ridiculous fire rate with no opportunity cost actually is one of his better ways to get access to global damage, because this is global damage, it's not gun damage. It's the same one that Mose gets 100% of for being at full fuel with flare. So, you know, 2% for 1 second for each shot fired. If Zane's able to kick out 50 rounds in a shot, or 50 rounds in a second, rather, well, that's a flare class mod. For everything he's doing, that's a flare class mod. So unironically, there are some cases where if you're unable to get like significant distance, just Zane holding on the trigger on a really high fire rate gun could be as good a stat stick as like a Guardian Angel. In a different category, but as impactful. And that's obviously a lot less of a straightforward way to to get investment into your supplementary damage dealing stuff, like action skills, like grenades, like shields, like ground slams. So it kind of makes sense why Borderlands players will frequently be like, hey, this requires some specific build stuff, so it's not as good. I don't know, just a chain of thoughts I was having. Yeah, back to the Iron Bear versus Amara action skills specifically thing. The biggest thing about Amara action skills is that you can continue to do other Amara things in between the activations, whereas with Iron Bear, you're committed to Iron Bear unless you're doing Auto Bear. And Auto Bear is a separate conversation. The reason why Auto Bear is so dominant in time trials is because it lets Moe's continue to do Moe's things while having an absolutely crazy pet just running around. Or not literally running around, but turreting around. A nice boost rather than being a central thing. So remember, the world record Guardian takedown, True Guardian takedown Moe's run is over 2 minutes faster than the fastest Iron Bear run, and the fastest Iron Bear run is only the fastest Iron Bear run because the second fastest one used Iron Bear more. Oh, yeah, this was the dot flak experiment stuff. Let's gonna focus on Zane. Let me think about flak for a moment. Like with, say, a radiate chance passive on like an atom bomb, maybe we could do some spicy. There would be much point in doing so. Maybe melt chance. Do like flesh melter stuff. That would require not doing bonus elements just cause. We'll go over to Zane stuff. Hey Voodoo, how you doing? Guess what? What's up? I was doing slow hand stuff here. This was a fun setup. Yeah, beacon, slow hand. I'll do a run with this before I copy it and change over to grenade stuff. Got back discipline modes. Let's go. What's the new time? Aren't you guys close to like sub 220 there or something crazy? For anyone who's not versed in the 220, 225, 226. For anyone who's not versed in the time trials stuff, trial discipline, we thought for a long time that it just wasn't possible to get lower than 230 because there's a gate that we didn't think could go faster than a certain threshold. But like that barrier's been broken. It's kind of crazy. That's awesome, Voodoo. Good shit. How much further do you think that can be pushed? Guys still pushing time trials? Yeah, yeah. Voodoo and Super are still improving proving grounds runs. There's still more room for the True Guardian takedown. But I'm like the only one with an actual interest in pushing that, other than Butter. Why was I running barrier on this setup? What was bro cooking? Oh yeah, I just wanted the amp. got myself. Okay, I remember how to do this. Slow hand slash radius. It's so silly. Oh, yeah. Like that. It's a perfect example of it being silly. Might need to actually use the beacon here. The Zane's Mo's gun. How you doing, Tom? I killed the ads too fast. Order Room 2 is still defective. I got a really bad boss kill, so maybe it should have been 1 second better. Worst boss kill for best run ever. Just means room for improvement. His curse ass build. This is some dot Zane stuff. From when we first were messing around with the discovery that Armin Flint is just alchemical agent for guns. So my favorite things to weaponize that are shooting through enemies' ankles and hitting the ground under their feet with the beacon, and also just clicking a slow hand, which already has a good natural dot, so you just get both. I need to stop blowing myself up. Or had a 5-head moment, just named his build alchemical agent. Amazing. What's my other weapon slots? How do I handle situations like this? Oh yeah, I have a recursion. Listen, sometimes I ain't the brightest. I could have just used recursion that whole time. First played more than 6 months, took a few days, had a few times 227 first milliseconds worse than world record. You see, you just got it, Voodoo. You're just that guy. It wasn't ADSing when the ricochets were hitting. Yeah, so that's why that's doing no damage there. There we go. That's the difference. Only came back for discipline. Let him have any record. With discipline, it's personal. Everyone's got their favorite category, yeah. It took me a while to just let go of Black GTD. Like, it's something I could push, it's just... It's healthier for me if I just don't. I want to make Downfall usable. So, the thing you have to accept in making Downfall usable is you will not be doing anything with it that you could not achieve better by another Phase Slam variant. Mr. Sean's got you covered there. It's never going to be better, but you can make it work. Work equals good. I don't know if I'd go that far. Viable. Like, just like with every other action skill, you could use it to trigger action skill start stuff, such as a shield that can do a majority of these softening enemies up for you. The laser itself, you can make it do some funny stuff, like trigger this anoint to detonate stuff like Unleash the Dragon Dots, but again, that's, you haven't Unleashed the Dragon Dot there. It's doing more of the work. And you can make the slam from Downfall kill things. You can patch up the issue of you having large windows of vulnerability with things like a Super Soldier or a Stopgap. That slam is not going to be more efficient than, like, regular phase slam, which you can do many more times in that same period of time. Reasons like that are why it's never going to be better. Can be made strong, you just have to jump through a lot of hoops and recognize that 10 phase slam is going to be much more effective. Right. Have fun, gotta go. Bye, everyone. Have a good one, Voodoo. Thanks for stopping by. And congrats again. Also really like Fracture, they'd be kind of the same wheelhouse. No, Fracture is way better. Fracture can be made to work well in its own right in ways that other Phase Slam variants can't provide. Like, it's not gonna be as efficient as, again, regular Phase Slam or Tandava, because those are some of the peak things for action skill builds clearing as a whole. Reverb would also probably remain comfortably ahead of it as well. But Fracture's got some me going to Green Tree like I'm on Amara right now. Fracture's got some cool things like the fact that it is a frontal cleave, so you can hit enemies that are in a line very effectively. Now, yes, Reverb does this better, but Fracture triggers that Phase Slam 300% annoying, which is one interesting use case. So for a hybrid setup where you want your action skill to do some good frontal coverage, and you also want to boost your guns a lot, that's an example of one thing you could do with it. Fracture does leave a surface that does damage behind. Now, not much damage, but it is something. So you can fracture into an area where you know a weak enemy is going to spawn and sometimes catch them out like that. That can be useful in pieces of content like Cistern of Slaughter, where the enemies have low HP. And something like a fire fracture and leaving that surface for them to spawn into and immediately die, and then it'll trigger like remnant orbs. Fracture's got a bunch of uses. Fracture's not a bad action skill. In fact, before I continue Zane stuff, we'll use Fracture a little bit. Climb walls too. I forgot about that. Yeah, Fracture's great. Aware of its limitations. Yeah, anything flying, Fracture just can't interact with. It obviously has limited range compared to phase casts. Even compared to other phase slams, it has limited range because of the radius stacking that makes phase slam able to hit like this entire courtyard room. It's stupid. You can't do that with Fracture. One switch here. Hey, Atris. Because I heard the words grenade plus Amara. I'll go back to that setup after this run. But yeah, grenade Amara is a lot of fun. Yeah, I aimed that poorly and got no value out of my activation there. In a way that, I did it twice in a row, actually. In a way that, phase casts and other phase slam variants would not have that problem. What does Ty say no to Samsara? Because Ty's has to take an L somewhere. Got caught in my animation. Or trying to work the grenade build body mine setup. There's a few ways to go about it. I really like the combination of grenades and phase flare. I really like the combination of grenades and dot builds. I don't think this will do well, but let's see. Oh yeah, no, that did fine. Actually worked out super well. Managed to hit all three of them. I don't understand the Ty Samsara thing. Because Ty's does not stack Samsara up in a single target setting. Is what I'm assuming. The problem is. So if you're trying to use Samsara as like a reliable survivability tool, it has a lot of holes with Ty's. Valkyrie music, it's so good. I mentioned a bit earlier the flow of the Valkyries and Anathema fights. There's like a rhythm to it, and I think them having banger soundtracks also enhances that. Purple rectangle. What's happening with purple rectangle? I don't understand. Oh, I got caught right as my note was triggering. Was my band's name in high school? Nice. Red circle. Oh, okay. Whoopsie. The phase slam would go so much harder here. For hitting things on all sides of me. That's okay. I will say one of the situations where Fracture isn't great is against Woden. Just because, you know, you have the phase where it's off the ground, you have the fact that Fracture can't hit the better half at all unless you freeze it to drop it to the ground. You have the limited range, you have the slow travel time, and Dava absolutely just wrecks here. As does base phase slam, as does phase flare, even reverberation. All of them would be doing more work here. But not to say not viable. Classic. Also, yeah, this is the setup where my main damage dealing face puncher's level 1. Just for the memes. Ember's Purge, glad to see the dots. The thing with Ember's Purge is it's not for the dot, it's just for a absolutely stupid second wind option, because Ember's Purge Puddle gets that environmental scaling, but it's also your damage, so it gets bonus elements. So you at Ember's Purge is one of the, if not the best second wind tool in the entire game for enemies that are standing on the ground. So for a setup like this that has no damage until it's gotten a kill, this is how I get up. Take any second wind tool on Amara. Yeah, she's the one that needs it most. Yeah, go back to grenade setup for you, Atris. Want to make the Vault Hero gun good? It's just effectively a non-unique that they gave a unique label and slapped a fixed level on. It's just a regular Maliwan SMG, which dooms it to being pretty trash. It's also capped at a very low level, so no, not really. You're not really meant to use it past like level 13, where anything is good anyway, so. Also, I'm pretty sure they forgot it exists. Got a level 72 through what means? Come on. Thank you. Was given to me. Okay, so an illegitimate copy of the gun would definitely change some of the dialogue around it. But that doesn't change the fact that it's a bad gun and was never balanced around being actual use. Because it's kind of cool. Yeah, there's a lot of guns that ended up being forgotten, which I suppose you can kind of expect in a game with like so many items, right? A lot of stuff kind of falls through the cracks. Infamously, there's an SMG called the Peer-to-Peer Networker that was originally slated to be a Mal 1 takedown reward that they cut at the last moment. That was accidentally available through the Diamond Armory for like a little bit, and when removing it in a patch, they mentioned that it'll be added back in later. That later never came. They probably forgot. Did I remember to turn EchoCast on today? I feel like I forgot last time. Okay, I did. Been using the Icebreaker AR from DLC 3 on Flak, and that gun's so fun, surprisingly decent. It's just the range that's a possible issue. You know, I haven't used that gun in years. I'm gonna have to do that. All this stuff became available through the Diamond Armory. It was very funny. Yeah. Pupty, thank you for the 38 months. Again at tier 2. I appreciate it immensely. Hope you're well. Good to see you. Will you be gamering with the Remnant DLC tomorrow?
Quag Cozy Qua.
Quag Cozy Qua. Still get a via save editor? Yeah, you can get anything via save editor. Well, I mean, except for the annoyance that they, the original set of Terra annoyance, the game actually sanity checked those out of existence. But other than those, I think you can get anything. Oh no, I activated Phase Flare while jumping. Never do that. Lucky 7 modes is fun. Yeah, Lucky 7 is one of the most powerful things in the game, and modes definitely has the most natural synergy with that gun. Good combo. There's a reason it's the the speedrun leader for time trials. I'll see that fake gear. Go home tomorrow and then rheumatologist the next day to get tests done. Definitely will sometime this week. Excited to play more. Let's go. Yeah, I really need to figure out my whole rheumatologist thing. My rheumatologist retired this year, so awkward. I wasn't even sure what I had in that weapon slot. It was the boogeyman. I was pleasantly surprised. A new one. The practice is still there, so yeah, like, they still have my records and stuff, and I could switch to new one, but for people who have, like, lifelong health stuff, there's sort of a... it's hard to explain. Changing doctors is, like, a big, shitty thing, because it takes a lot of your doctors going, like, above and beyond in terms of, like, paying attention to what you're actually saying and knowing you and how you work and your conditions and circumstances specific to you. There's a lot of trust built up in that, and it's hard to switch to someone new. Yeah, like, I've had only the 2 rheumatologists for my entire life. The first one, she retired, and then the second one is the one that replaced. Now he's retired too. So, like, it's a big thing to switch. In terms of, like, GPs, I've had a bunch of shitty ones. So it's ugh. Remember you saying to such, really, if you can, need a bit of reminder to encourage you, let me know. Yeah, I might have to have you bother me about it so I don't just decide not to do it. Kind reminders every time I go. Yeah. It's a pain in the ass sometimes. You little say which doctor you can afford. That too. That's a really big thing. Getting doctors so fucking painful. You have to make sure this person fully understands everything the same way, believes you the same, doesn't have shitty doctor takes, like, just exercise LOL, or won't try to do random new BS that you know won't work. Or just, like, write you off as just another chart in the list of charts they have to look at throughout the day. You know, having the same doctor for a decade or more really makes them see you as a person rather than a statistic. Like, a lot of doctors are brilliant people who don't see you as people. See, you don't want those. It'll be really nice in BL4 being able to have different builds set up and switch between them. Yeah, like a loadout system? I agree. That'd be sick. Hematologist, but New Doc was very dismissive. And that's something that really bothers me, because, like, it's not something where the person being dismissed can afford to be like, oh, well, like, reminds me of that comedy bit. I think it was Chris Rock, about how there's some jobs where you can't make mistakes. Like, you can't have a pilot who almost lands. Hearing it off so much, it's really frustrating. Saw 8-Bit or Coco on Twitter say something like, my doctor had to remind me that I'm not 100%, even small things like the headaches and chronic migraines, other pains aren't okay, it's all important disease, because often people just accept symptoms because so many doctors write it off. Yeah, like, that's the difference between a doctor who sees their patient as a human being that they're trying their best to help, and a doctor that sees a patient as part of their daily to-do list. You know? Accepted basically all my symptoms because there's nothing to be done beyond physical therapy, but as an adult, severely disabling, getting physical therapy works will probably take such a long time. If doctors take me seriously, it could have been different, but lol. Yeah, like, that's also, so it's not just a thing that's limited to people like us who have, you know, chronic illnesses, but also as you age, doctors are more likely to treat you that way. Um, like I was having this conversation with my dad somewhat recently, and he's between my parents and me. My dad's probably the healthiest of the three of us, and he's, you know, approaching 70, cancer survivor, his own health shit, like, you know, unhealthy collection of people. But like, he's noticed in the past decade or so the way his doctors will like recommend treatment and stuff is different. Rather than, okay, we can try this to help you, it's okay, well, how bad is this? Live with it. And like, that kind of shit is really damaging to hear. Just think about it. These people that you're paying large amounts of money to improve your quality of life and like keep you healthy and shit are just like, you don't matter that much. Like, all right, cool, bro. I applied a dot, right? Right? Opium? I totally did. Yeah, took some effort. Doctor told me lupus systems could be treated, but basically the rest of my life be living in pain, some form of discomfort, nothing to do for it. Yep, same boat, same boat. Only disheartening to hear. I'm sure it's coming from kind of a bad place and not from one where they're trying to over medicate or create excessive costs to the patient. So it's not always from a bad place, J-Bridge. Not always. I can only speak from personal experience, and I've had, you know, each flavor where it's sort of the cruel dismissal and also just the lack of engagement. Like, it's not always a failure to think about how something affects someone else is not always like a malicious thing. It's just a it didn't occur to them kind of thing. Which is why I was stressing the whole, you know, patient is part of a statistic or part of your daily to-do list rather than being first and foremost in your mind as like someone you're trying to help. Because if the person's a person to you, less likely to write them off and their concerns off. It's not always an over medication thing. It'll be like you tell someone you're in pain and they'll be like, well, I can't find a cause for this, so deal with it. Rather than, okay, let me look for possible causes, or let me look for possible treatments, or let me ask you more about what you're feeling. You know, there's a difference there. Um, it's a different world. People with chronic health stuff, particularly over here in the U.S., versus people without. You pay for that. The options are that or die. So like, went to the doctor for like 2 to 3 years. Doctor didn't give a fuck about me. Primary care provider didn't want to refer me out. Signed over 2 to 3K, probably getting tests, paying for visits, paying for XYZ. Jit called me a hypochondriac. Finally referred me to a rheumatologist who believed me. Spent a few thousand now again, actually getting help, and it's worth the cost. Right? Like when the options are that or die or asterisk next to die, live a horrible quality of life that makes you want to die. There's no real choice there, you know. Thanks for showcasing the Amara grenade build. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of ways to crack this particular egg, Atris. Mr. Stone Sean has a bunch of iterations of grenade builds over on his website. And a lot of what I did in this setup is inspired by a lot of that. The grenade of choice here was a fixative, because as a lot of us know, triple sticky grenades are just incredibly potent. I'm using ASA grenade damage anoint here to synergize well with phase flare. And the thing to keep in mind with sticky grenades is they double dip damage bonuses, so we want to get as many mults as possible. We got grenade damage over here, grenade damage over here. All of them are slash stuff, elemental stuff, you know, the works. Of course, a GA. URAD is nice here because it boosts the grenades, it boosts the phase flare, but it also applies a bonus element to the Beskar we're using here defensively. And it enables us to have that really good rad dot, which we can leverage with Atom Bomb for extra clear. We can leverage with Wildfire spreading that dot. Remember, Wildfire double dip status damage. And we have Anima increasing our status damage, our status duration. So we're able to distribute a lot of really powerful rad dots. We have Conflux for additional dots. We have Catharsis for a nice little explosion against tightly packed enemies. Off of those dots, Forceful Expression applies to grenades and to the ricochets off our Beskar. Our Beskar ricochets can also indiscriminate, which is pretty cool. Shooting the GA also applies to a lot of this. Good stuff. It's good stuff. But at its core, this is a action skill and grenade build. Got public healthcare in my third world country. I really have grown to detest this whole US centric view of, you know, this is a first world country, this is a third world country. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, over here in this first world country, we don't have a healthcare system that fucking works, and we're more likely to die to gun violence than anywhere else in the world. So like, I don't know. Countries that are active war zones, you're less likely to get fucking bodied. I don't know, man. I don't know. Another country for a bit right now, and I can say the price is a genuine positive. Third world countries are doing better than the US. They're developing and doing more to care for their people. Yeah, like, exactly. This whole third world, first world label thing, like, either the US is not a first world country, or the entire system is archaic and the labeling is off. Might I offer you a health vial in these trying times? Bet. Pain is tough, sorting out who's actually in pain and who's just trying to get opioids is a constant challenge. Well, here's the thing: people with chronic pain, like, how do I approach this? I'm trying to find words here. So, like, people like myself, who, I got this diagnosis when I was a kid, 6, 7 years old. So a 6, 7 year old doesn't even know what an opioid fucking is. So people like me, lifelong issues, are not in it for that. So treating like anyone asking for tools for pain management, and I also just, as a person, I don't like taking pills of any kind. It's to an irrational degree. Like, I don't even like taking Tylenol when I have a headache. It's like a last resort thing. I don't like taking pills of any kind. So, like, putting people like me on this island where you have to scrutinize everything we say when wanting some sort of assistance because of this hypothetical group of people who are trying to game the system. Like, it's just shit. It's just shit, is what it is. Um, and it also brings up the whole thing of, okay, is it worse to not help an entire group of people for the risk of helping someone who doesn't need it than it is to help everybody and accidentally enable someone who's pulling one over on you? Like, it doesn't seem like something that should even enter consideration to me. It's not a hypothetical group of people proportionally compared to how little, at least again over here, Western world, cares about people with any sort of immunocompromised status or any sort of uh, genetic disease that requires management to preserve quality of life. How little anyone over here gives a shit about that category of people. Proportionally, the other group may as well be hypothetical. Like, you know how much of the world, when the COVID-19 pandemic started, just told people like me, people like Pup T, who have underlying health concerns that make us very concerned about stuff like that, just told us, well, die. Just die. I'm not going to take any precautions or change the way I view these issues. Just die for me. Like, U.S. late stage capitalism medical system is showing mortality rates are getting worse every year. Well, just die, Atris. Like, it seems simple. We can't risk anyone who doesn't need help getting help, so just die. Me neither. Quite, I was on Adderall as a kid. Step away from meth. Um, as a teenager, Irish, I was on a couple different meds for ADHD, and the side effects were worse than the actual, condition for me. So I think that's when I really developed that sort of distaste. Just, I don't like taking things. How you doing, Dark Wolfie? So I was 16 for fibromyalgia, and then for heads, the solution for these conditions, no proper treatment has always been, we'll just send you to a pain management clinic, I guess. Because there's sometimes no other options for not info. They don't realize we don't want pain meds. Sometimes genuinely the only option. Horrible. Sometimes the only option. People have to feel bad about not wanting or wanting not to be in pain. Yeah, like I would like to just not feel like someone's breaking glass inside of my limbs every minute of the day. That'd be real cool. That's off the table for me. But that doesn't mean I don't want anything to mitigate it. Like, speaking from my own situation, I've been in pain every day of my life for at least the last 22-ish years. Got the diagnosis at 6 or 7. I'm 28 now, so at least the last 22 years, possibly longer. I just don't remember farther than that. I'll life is sacred till I have to change my behavior. Then I don't care. It's worse than that, Sora. It's not even don't care. Then I care aggressively in the wrong direction. Okay, so theory crafting dot stuff here. Our man Flint applies that really good dot on crits. Thinking of grenades that'll crit that apply. They don't even necessarily need to have a good dot organically. Grenades that can crit. Gas call can naturally crit. Light speed. X. Honor Seeker. That's what comes to mind offhand. Red Queen, I guess. But it doesn't have an element. Now this ties back into Zane skill tree diversity like doesn't exist because I don't have to respec here. The only thing I'd be missing out on is potentially Trick of the Light, but that's not worth losing the blue tree. Like I have no reason to respec from this when going into a completely grenade oriented build rather than guns. And that's to me at least that's an indictment of the skill point count we're given. So if I was to, let me think about this while I actually play the game a little bit. I don't mean to seem unsympathetic, but opioid addiction's a real problem in this country too. You should get better treatment from your healthcare providers. I know you don't mean to seem unsympathetic, but here's the thing. Attaching the opioid issue to the issue of anyone with any sort of chronic health thing comes across as diminishing. Again, I know you're not intending to do that. It comes across as diminishing because A, the only reason anyone in the US actually gives a fuck about the opioid issue is because in the last 10 years, it has started to affect rich white neighborhoods as much as it's affected everyone else for the past 30 years. And guess what? People with underlying health concerns, such as rheumatoid arthritis, such as fibromyalgia, such as lupus, any sort of thing like that that requires constant and lifelong management, been around longer than that. And yeah, no, suffering isn't a competition. Struggle should not be compared. You can help everybody. It's something that enters the mind. Alright, have a good day. Have a good one, David. Always good to see you. And like again, as Puppy mentioned, People with chronic issues aren't in it for the opioids. Like, it's... There is very little overlap in that category. Again, going from the lens of my own personal experience as someone who has had to manage such issues for not only my entire adult life, but my entire child life as well. Like, it's not something that's ever even been on the table. Gotta go to work. Thanks for chat and stream. Thanks for hanging out, Atris. I appreciate you. You have a good one. I should have used a recursion here. That's okay. There's also notably better annoyance I could be using on the beacon here. I just use this one because it's fun. For reasons like that. Oh, no, I deserve that. Hey, Vocal. How you doing? I understand what the stigma created. Went to the doctor, walk-in clinic for my pain primary care provider. Saw a random doctor. Just got my COVID shot. Lupus autoimmune issues. So I had worse side effects from the normal person were. Of course, migraines got worse. Had nausea for a few weeks. Doctor saw then. First time ever told me, just here for pain meds. We're not giving you any. Exactly that. Like, the fact that that's the default is intensely degrading. Genuine health issue. She blew it off as me drug seeking and tell her I cannot take pain meds because I also have mental illness. No, me just assumed proper treatment because she assumed based on what? Yeah, like that instant knee-jerk connection between people in pain and people wanting drugs is like, it's seen as a Venn diagram that's a circle. It's fucking not. They're different worlds. Life's been life and hope you're well though. Can't complain too much. Life has also been lifing. He's just a Sigma, so pushed from and to doctors. They draw the line as quick as they see somebody. Sometimes it sucks, and to be honest, made me over-explain so much to the doctors. Even this behavior can come across as lying. It's hard to be sick in a valid way to doctors. Part of it is also a liability thing, right? Like, if they don't draw that line, and they are taking this perceived risk of enabling someone who is trying to game the system and get access to opioids and the like, well, that could endanger their livelihood. It's a valid thought to have, but it should never be the default. It goes back to, again, like, do you consider it worse to accidentally help someone who didn't need help in the process of helping a bunch of people? Or do you think it's better to help nobody so that you don't risk helping someone who doesn't need it? What's worse? It's an easy answer to me, but it's not an easy answer to everybody. agree they have to consider it, but they can't have that big of a fault. Yeah, like that's the big thing. Like nobody's saying it's not something to enter the mind, but like you gotta first and foremost treat people as people. From where I'm sitting, at least. Everyone has their own problems, and everyone deserves to be heard. Especially when they're, you know, seeking assistance from a healthcare professional. I just try to hinder as many people as possible. See, at least you're honest, Night Poker. You know yourself better than a lot of those other people do. How you doing? Human lives only value its currency. May, is that you? Any JJK enjoyers? Something I didn't consider. Do I have any bonus elements here? Okay, I do have that. Yeah, okay, I did account for that. Yeah, so like the explosion from this anoint gets bonus elements, so having that ASC 50 there is nice. Because then that will get the rad damage bonuses again. The enemy's frozen, and it'll get the icebreaker bonus again. Basically, this anoint is a triple dip, so even when you have it kind of applied in a suboptimal manner, as long as you have enough formula investment, it can still do something. So like, even though this anoint is bad largely outside of hypothetical situations or situations where you don't need it anyway, you can still get value out of it at sort of a baseline level as long as you play around it being a triple dip. Just that still requires you applying at least a decent dot. So you're mostly looking at Malawan weapons, you're looking at Arman Flint dots, you're looking at Unleash the Dragon, things like that. So if I'm gonna grenade Zane, I could... duct tape mod. And then, like, cryo? The problem is, so unlike with Amara, Zane doesn't have fucking anything in skill tree to help nades. So there's really only so many avenues you can pursue. Side of, hey, what if you had a class mod and artifact that supported it along with a guardian angel? Like, oh, okay. That's original. A silly question. Does Arm and Flint only work if the gun has a scope, not an iron sight? No, it's just anything you do that crits while you're ADSing. So, like, your gun's not even really connected. You just need to hit a crit while ADSing, and then whatever you do that did that will apply Arm and Flint. It's just the bonus damage there is for your gun. So you could be ADSing a toilet paper roll with a trigger made out of a stick you found on the ground, and as long as the game considers that a gun, you're benefiting. New gun idea, the double ply. I love it. Does it have a unique freeze status where the animation, instead of them being frozen, is them just tied up with TP? Maybe revisit Dot Black. This has me wanting to do that, even though that's difficult for different reasons. It's like, Black has the damage support to support dots, but the problem is, how do you place a dot that's meaningful on Flak without just killing the enemy? It's kind of hard to do. That was a recursion loop I couldn't see. Oh. Stop moving. Yeah, the weirdness of this build is that it's often better to aim for a leg rather than the actual crit spot, so that you can get the double hits. Hey, Purple Panda, thank you so much for the tier 1 for 3 months. That's a long time. I appreciate your support. I appreciate the confidence in the content. Thank you. That means a lot.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Imagine not hip firing the TP roll gun. Hip, like poop comes from the hip. I see what you did there. How satisfying is the recursion? Endlessly. Hey, Super. Gun Zane, Dot Zane at the moment. Using Armand Flint and Beacon and stuff like that. Oh yeah, Voodoo was in here earlier, Super. Voodoo took back Discipline. Mo's discipline. I guess I could try this with Atom Bomb. That'd be pretty good too. So I am applying some big rad dots. I think those rad explosions bigger would be pretty sick. If I was specific enough in what I was using, Flesh Melter could go pretty hard too. Let's try this for now. I guess Revolter could be interesting here. Or have the bonus element apply to the explosions. But meh. Like, it'd be applying to this too. I like this though. Should I try that? The fire rate could also be pretty cool. I don't have a Revolter right now. I'll need to add one. Name of the save. I can take it back though. Do it. We're discussing earlier how insane it is that there's still room for improvement in so many time trials categories. I mentioned how, you know, the True Guardian takedown categories all can still be pushed more. I'm still confident that that flak time can be pushed to be faster than Zane. And as the Amara holder, I know that it can be better because even my run could have been better. So like, there's still lots of untapped potential in time trials. Slaughter Star is a category that I know has not been pushed that much by anyone except for Butter. There's that too. Pardon me while I look through my saves list. Try to find this. I have too many saves. I think it's this one. Revolter. There's nothing offensively relevant here, is there? Recharge rate would be the most useful. It truly doesn't matter. I'll go with Vagabond. Yeah, I want to do a little more toying around with this dot Zane stuff, and then either some try to get weird with Grenade Zane, or maybe we go over to try to do some dot flak stuff. I know I've attempted that a couple times before, but sometimes you just need a fresh perspective. Burgerlands, how you doing, Gage? Good to see ya. Did the thing work? Yeah, I have the thing. Now it's looking a lot like a regular Gun Zane, but it's not. Copium. It doesn't always loop back around to Gun Zane. Copium. Oh, cutie. I mean cutie. I mean cutie. Oh. Beacon goes hard. Hey, Big Bob. Got enough green tree for all-rounder. It's enough to distinguish it if you ask me. I could take all-rounder, but I didn't take all-rounder. Or, I mean, I did take all-rounder, so I was thinking distributed denial. Right, you're right. I do have enough green tree for all-rounder, and that is different. That's just only because I'm not using Digiclone at all. That's the only reason that decision was made. So it's still like, it boils down to, am I using clone or not? Is the divergent point for half of all Zane builds. Woke up for work today, realized I don't work today, so I'm celebrating with breakfast taco. Ooh, what's in it? What's in it? Let me live vicariously. My breakfast was 6 animal crackers. I know, I overindulged a little bit. Sasageo was in your taco? Amazing. So much flexibility for Zane. It's not an exaggeration to say Zane's skill point choices kind of stop mattering in any significant capacity around like level 60. He's an old man and set in his ways. That's a good way of looking at it. Can you stop moving? Just when Borderlands skill points mattered. Hey, one of the things Wonderlands did very well was not increasing the level cap at all, so skill points always mattered. You know, obviously less stuff to do with those skill points in terms of variety of, activity, but remains the truth. Hopefully they take the lesson from that and, bring that forward into more games. But the harsh reality is there is not a single Borderlands game that has not been hurt by a level cap increase. Because all Borderlands games had level cap increases. Ouchie. Oh, you moved. PO1 didn't get hurt because it stopped at 69. Nice. And having a Wonderlands itch. Me too, a little bit. Me too, a little bit. A little bit. Using dots would dot nova be a good anointment? It's like a heartbreaker Amara thing. So the thing with this anoint, Purple Panda, is this requires a good dot, and then it requires you critting with the same element against the enemy that has that dot applied. Now that's a bunch of hoops to jump through, but like, reason number one, if you have a dot that's good enough to make this anoint truly matter, that enemy would die anyway without you having this, and you could have instead another anoint with that would not only boost the power of the dot, but it would boost the power of the gun and have none of these RNG hoops. This anoint also has an internal cooldown, which you can bypass by switching to another weapon with that anoint, but you need a lot of swap speed for that to be faster in the first place, because then you would also need to start firing again, and it's not often faster. That pretty much puts it in the category of only Amara can take advantage of that hyper swap speed tech, and even then she doesn't because it's not worth it. But also you need to land a crit on that enemy, which requires either having access to a crit spot or having a consistent way to force crits, which you're looking at either Megavore or Hustler with very high fire rate and very high projectile count. which still isn't consistent because those are two of the true random things in the game. And that puts you on Flack and Zane, who are less good with dots than Amara is. Now, I'd say Zane is the second best with dots of the characters because Mose and Flack both have this issue where they have trouble applying dots without just killing the target. So you're most likely to get value out of this anoint on Zane. Not to say Amara can't use it, but once again, Amara is in that situation where the enemy has to have a natural crit spot, and they have to not already be dead from your dot by the time you go to capitalize. Almost always, it's better to have either the increased status damage anoint on your gun to make the dot bigger, or increased gun damage, which will not only make your dot applied from that gun bigger, it'll make your gun hit harder too, so it's just more damage overall. I think fixed level cap plus weapon series with increased scaling is a good way to go. So like BL3 as of Mayhem 4 patch, so you know the patch that added Malawan takedown, we did not have any level cap increases. We did not have Mayhem levels on items. We had one tier of item that was available at the highest difficulty, but that's it. I still think that was a mistake, by the way. But discounting that category of items, like, that was a golden era of balance for a lot of people. We didn't have ridiculous scaling on things. We didn't have the need for it. Endgame HP values weren't so far divorced from the rest of the game that it felt like a different game. Like, for example, the Infinity Pistol is very dominant during playthroughs because it's got more than enough damage because it was buffed a couple times to be relevant in the later game. And it can roll in any element. Obviously, ammo's not a problem. You know, base damage is... You don't have as many requirements in that department in the base game. But, like, Infinity Pistol is dog shit in endgame. Like, it's actively shit. But that's because max endgame HP value is 10,000%. 10,000% HP kind of created this issue where you needed to scale items up. And if you eliminate that, then you don't need to scale items up at all. I don't know. I don't think the weapon tier bit of that is necessary if you just don't have massively bloated HP values. Mr. Craig, Mayhem was in the marketing. But we had Mayhem. That's the thing. We had Mayhem for 6 months before they introduced Mayhem 2.0. In fact, Mayhem 1.0, I know you're kidding, but it gives me a good bouncing off point. Mayhem 1.0 before the Mayhem 4 introduction was almost universally disliked. But then they fixed it with Mayhem 4. Or at least they made Mayhem 4 not have those problems. And then 6 months later, they just introduced more problems. For some reason. 3 is so regretty. After seeing good implementations of RNG modifiers as difficulty, which, you know, it's not an easy thing to do, but a couple of the Remnant 2 modifiers that they've introduced in the most recent patch are just fantastic. Like, it can be done. There are modifiers in this game that are not bad. It's just the kinds that they like putting on are just fucking horrible. Stuff like, hey, you do less damage. That's not fun. That's not a modification of gameplay. That's just telling the player to go fuck themselves and removing their choices. See, skill issue. Remember, M3 are using a pistol, 70% less elemental damage, 35% less pistol damage, and 10% bullet reflection. Like, okay. Guess I'm save quitting. Meanwhile, to explain further, one of the new Remnant 2 modifiers I really like is Trapper. And what that is if you do a dodge in any direction other than the neutral dodge, which is the hardest to time, but you stand to gain the most from that, you create a damaging puddle where you did the dodge. So like if you dodge recklessly, you create more incoming damage for yourself. But that gives a condition and some counterplay without changing how you're neutralizing the enemies. Unless you're doing a dodge is damage build. Very specific case. Cloner, where the enemies have an attack that can be iframed, and it stops the spawn from happening, but they have an attack where they can create a clone of you at your position if you don't dodge it. That it doesn't use weapons or anything, but it will try to very aggressively punch you to death. It will dodge, it will sprint at you, doesn't have much health, doesn't do that much damage, but it's very disruptive. Like, that kind of thing is interactive. It changes how you play without taking a specific aspect of your gameplay and turning it off. I was like trying to avoid the black skulls, just screw the modifier, took away my second wins. Yeah. The skulls are definitely much easier to manage, and it feels like introducing an extra layer rather than punishing you, right? Like, random elemental immunities are some of the worst things you can do in a modifier system, yet it's one of the most common things they'll try to implement. Hey, Moo. Welcome back, Sora. Like, you guys remember, anyone who played Diablo 3 right after Reaper of Souls expansion came out. Remember in 2013, 2014, when the player base was like, hey, random elemental immunities are shit. So Blizzard was like, oh, okay, we took those out. Yet in 2019, or I suppose 2020 at this point, in 2020, Gearbox is like, you know what players really want after 6 months of not having this in the game? Elemental immunities. Huh? What do you mean? But like, what do you mean though? Blizzard should have known already they had them in D2 for elites. You're absolutely right. Oh, I hollow pointed. Damn, I wanted the dot to do the thing. See, I get very big red explosions with the atom bomb, but I want to try to get a little more damage in here. Yeah, let me know about the adulting bullshit move. Basically, the reason I never get far into a third playthrough. Yeah, like, I didn't mind the other things that came with going up to Nightmare or Hell. In fact, I actively wanted those things. Things like you having to build more resists and you having to bypass enemy resists was cool. Them getting more offensive affixes was cool. Just the random immunities were shit, especially if you were doing a like specific build archetypes. Like if you were doing a pure fire druid or a pure fire sorceress, guess what? You weren't doing that. You couldn't do that unless you were willing to not fight certain enemies at all and to quit out when you encountered certain elites. Physical res, rip any melee class. Like, it forced you to spec into things, which is not necessarily a bad thing, forcing you to broaden your damage dealing options is making you think more like a theory crafter. Sure, I get it, but like you can do that with resists. You don't need to turn off a thing. Immunities suck. Build issue. Yeah, Mr. Sean's a D2 guru, so I'm sure he has workarounds for the stuff we're talking about. But from a broad generalization standpoint, immunities are disliked by a majority of people for, I think, some very valid reasons. Or at least non-static immunities. Like having an enemy with a fixed immunity like Kilovolt, for example, well, that makes sense. You just don't bring that to that fight. You know ahead of time. Went to the bank. Wait, so deposited my paycheck, used the money to pay my bills last week. The morning got returned, overdraft for $1,600. Went to the bank, turns out my boss didn't have the money in the check bounce. I don't do waiting for a response. Yeah, that's entirely your boss's fucking fault. Like, the fuck? You got paid, but their shit bounced? That affects you? Yeah, no, like, that's... Don't let up on that. That's turbo fucked. I don't even really have a useful shit to add to that. It's just upsetting. Guess there's not really many ways I could get more damage here. Icebreaker would be the way, huh? Because with Brain Freeze, I'm often freezing enemies and then the explosion's happening on them, and then that'll get the Icebreaker benefit and double dip it, etc. Huh. I like the Revolter explosion applying to the bigger atom bomb stuff. We'll see how this feels. We'll see how this feels. Do I have a GA on this save at all? Do I have keys? I have too much shit in my inventory. Why do I have a flacker? Oh yeah, for ammo. Right. Right. Where even is the menu for this? It's been so long. Yeah, I need to open chests for keys. Hold on, I need a shot too, actually. Hey, diamond key. Yeah, yeah, that is egg on your boss's face, and you need to make sure that you don't get away with that one. At least to the best of your ability. I know it's not that simple. You know, I kind of forgot that this anoint can roll on guns. Iron Bear kills. This is Expedite, by the way. Put it in perspective. It stacks. Mo's can just run around with this on gun slot. There's no reason to, but it's just... It's funny that, yeah, it's gun or shield. I always forget, because usually we just put it on the shield slot because it's a lower value slot. But, yeah, you could just put that on gun. Cursed. Oh, I wanted another GA. For some reason, but I forgot. I'll just use the one I have. And test it if it's actually Expedite and Amara can make use of it. That'd be so cursed. I highly doubt, but thank you for testing. Why would we test something Mo's has benefiting Amara? Out of copium. Out of copium, sir. Check his Bank of America check. I bank with BB&T. Dad told me to cash it at Bank of America and deposit in my account. Okay. Let me do that. I don't know either. Did I hit the true takedown switch? Was that enough ads? I'm gonna reset. I was confused why a bank would call themselves Bank of America until I realized it's a German bank called the German Bank. Yeah. Okay, I did hit it. Just had more damage than I thought I did. Need cash, physical cash. See, this kind of goes back to that conversation we had the other day. Oh, it's weird transitioning into this era where like physical cash is not really a thing anymore. It's weird. Will accept gold coins by currency of choice. Base. Also take a look at our runes take on this build archetype. I'm having fun with this. I don't normally play Zane for this long at once. I forgot I enjoyed this. Probably because it's the beacon and I just really enjoy the beacon. I'm gonna turn to that old person that doesn't hardly use a bank. Write my bills down in a book, put enough money in my account just for those bills. Keep the rest under your mattress. Sounds like your boss shouldn't be trusted to pay in anything but cash. I wouldn't even trust that from them, to be honest. Like, is this Monopoly money? I didn't deposit my 10 money. Sucks that you have to, like, think about that. The GA swap killed me. I was like, let me be clever and increase the damage of my dot. I had just dotted myself. Like, in theory, the beacon projectiles are slow enough that I could do some very cheesy shit with that GA tech, but, like, well, I don't like doing that. Yeah, I'll go to Flak next. Hope things get better in your favor, move sooner rather than later. It is. Yeah, same. It's, to me, the shittiest stuff is, stuff that happens when you do everything right and someone else making a mistake screws you over in a big way. It seems like you were doing everything right, Moo. And all you can do is keep on doing that. Oh, that's fast. Why do I get good spawns here when I'm not speedrunning? But never when I am. Ah, Beacon Nova got me there. Whoops. Skill issue. Yeah, it's interesting. I think especially with the Revolter, I like Atom Bomb better. Just for the coverage. Like, Icebreaker is undoubtedly better as single target. Because, of course it is. But, like, I don't know. Atom Bomb just feels like a vibe. I suppose something very ugly to consider here would be, Anarchy would probably do quite well in this setup. Oh, that was that. Again, surprise. That makes me so fucking paranoid. Like, triple check the payday actually cleared. Yeah. The closest to that experience that I've personally had is a job for a bit where they really didn't want to pay out overtime, so they would just shift people's hours to other pay periods so that it wouldn't be overtime. So I had a coworker who had like planned a trip around the extra money that they would get from the overtime they worked, but they didn't get that money because they hadn't technically worked overtime. And it was the kind of thing that the employer could get away with because the workforce was basically entirely high school and college kids who just wouldn't rock the boat because they needed a gig. Well, let me go back on Atom Bomb. So next time I play this, I'm in the spec I prefer. What are the other skills? Hustler even rolls. Ready for action, and what was the other one? What's the other skill Hustler rolls? Why don't I remember? Is that adrenaline? I think it's adrenaline. Yeah. I like Revolter applying to that as a bonus element and also applying to the rat explosions. That's cool. Yet another boring case of, hey, I'm Zane. I'm just gonna shoot a gun a lot with the Revolter on. But at least it's more flavorful. Anyway, we'll switch to Flak, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick before we start having a thonk. Not too far down the list, right? Yeah, there it is. All right, BRB. crazy part is my dad's like, quit after you get the money, and I'm like, it's not that easy. I really wish it was more widely understood how finding work that pays a living wage, gotta stress that part, ain't that simple. Maybe it's a generational thing. Okay, what was I cooking with here? Okay, kill stack there makes sense. Status there makes sense. Was this just kick charger? Wish did I? Yeah, this was just click kick charger. Watch explosions. Toboggan rather than atom bomb, but here's the atom bomb. We'll do that. That's rad. Should be enough.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There's a Jake. He's right here. He's jaking. He's jaking all over the place. He's jaking off. No one deserves to be treated like that as an employee. Absolutely. No one deserves to be treated like that, period. I don't know my keybinds on this. Information I should know. Missed. Do I have a grenade slot here? Is that a mesmer? Or is it piss? Mesmer. Okay. Can't believe how much stuff's in the Underdark's really doing every character. Oh yeah, I can't stop myself from doing it. It's just, you know, more content to do. Some really good stuff down there too. That could have been cleaner. I actually want to run that first part back. Need to be in better habits. Obviously fadeaway would be more synergistic with my choice of weapons here. But rack attack is desirable because I can trigger my annoyance more frequently. I suppose because of patch 4 of the hotfix, my Act 3 performance is terrible. It ran fine before. My Act 3 performance was bad, and then patch 1 made it a little better. Patch 2 and 3 didn't really change it, and then patch 4 made it worse. Patch 4 made the game run worse as a whole for me, Trade Secret. I don't know why. Missed. This is kind of what I meant earlier when I was mentioning how it's hard to get black to apply dots without just killing the enemies outright. Because the kick charger is great at applying dots, but you know what else the kick charger is great at? Outright one-shotting everything in the game. So it's a bit like I have to accept that what I'm doing is just kind of a byproduct. See, sure, the dot got the killing blow there, and then we got a nice, sick red explosion chain, but that doesn't change the fact that if I had been standing still on that shot, that extra gun damage would have just killed it outright. I should have shot a recursion there. I don't know why I went for the ground slam. I knew I didn't have any groundbreaker. That was a good dot. Outright. No, I think Kraken was still inside the barrier. I see what you did there, and I hate you for it. Well done. That conversation with my doppelganger would be the most brain damage thing to witness, I assume. Potential doppelganger. Nope. Cat's out of the bag now, Sora. We know you have a doppelganger. You've leaked it. That's something I could do to improve the rad explosions here is having URAD would make the explosions bigger because it would apply to them. So like Atom Bomb Deathless and then URAD Kick Charger instead of Status would be a bit better. Identical twins do okay. Well, that's because usually they have the individuality to want to be separate people, whereas doppelgangers are the same person. I think it's kind of different situations, at least in this hypothetical, right? Although, what's that? It's some Zoomer humor thing. Those blonde twins with like the fade high tops. who their whole thing is being incredibly stupid. What are they called? Idiot. No, I mean, like, their names. I don't know what this is. There's like they're like TikTok famous or some shit. Here, you know, my curiosity. I'm gonna Google this. Those stupid blonde guys. Ha! They came up. They came up. I literally Googled those stupid blonde guys, and they're the first result. Da Vinci. The Da Vinci twins? Is that what they go by? Yeah. Voros twins is their handle. That's incredible. Auto putting in work on this run. Only went down because I missed that shot. I had the forbidden thought again. What if I did this with a banjo? The forbidden fruit. That was a satisfying chain. Sometimes I'm so happy to be just old enough to not care about these things. See, I'm just old enough that I don't care either, but it still like enters my orbit somehow. Banjo. Okay, I won't. I was gonna order food today, but I figure because I'll probably be doing a long stream tomorrow, depending on what time Remnant DLC comes out, actually. I'll probably just order food tomorrow. I'll be financially responsible. Be proud of me. So yeah, that was Dots doing most of the work on that fight. This kind of brought me back to wanting to do some certain Moe's tech. It's like Radsplosion's getting bonus elements, global bonus elements, is really interesting because that means you could do things like apply Moses Green Monster to a Radsplosion. So you're getting an armor unfriendly bonus element eating through on your Radsplosions as well. Those could also have Skagden, big surplus going on that too. It would just require... The thing with Green Monster is you can't shoot. So how would I be applying the rad? Or the necessary explosions, as it were. It would have to be something like reload spamming. No, reload spamming doesn't work because that resets Green Monster as well. Shooting a boogeyman and never, ever, ever stopping is an option. There's also throwing grenades exclusively. But getting those grenades to apply dots without just killing outright would be near impossible. I have to thonk about that. Green Monster Radsplosion sounds cool, though. Play the Boogeyman setup. It's usually how build crafting goes. I just think about an idea and then it reminds me of another idea, so then I play that idea, and sometimes it results in something new, sometimes it doesn't, but I figured that'd be the perfect kind of content for today. Meander about, see where the builds take me. And once again, shout out to Malo1 Takedown for being the kind of content you can just mindlessly test in. I have a laptop that can play these games on medium to low settings now. It makes me so happy because console just gave me so many problems. Yeah, Purple Panda. I played this game for the first 3 months of its life on PS4, and it was miserable. The game is fantastic, and that's the only reason I kept playing. But, like, the insanely long load screens, the terrible game stability, like, with Malo1 Takedown when it first came out, you had a 50-50 chance of crashing anytime you entered the Valkyries fight. Like, you would just blue screen. The console couldn't handle it. The reason why they had to nerf the move speed of mindfulness, Amara's mindfulness skill, was because that amount of movement speed made consoles crash. So people were like going into multiplayer lobbies with 6 out of 3 mindfulness and crashing other people's games by running. It's just, this game should never have been released on old-gen consoles. I'm glad I got to play it, but it should never have been released there. And just a year later, we saw Cyberpunk come out on consoles it shouldn't have been released on, and it was exponentially worse. crash in people's games, complex or additional elements spawn extra projectiles. Yeah, that wasn't ideal. They also nerfed OPQ alt fire rate for the same reason. In multiplayer, it was crashing people's games. They're doing every game on PS4, PS5. I don't know if games are getting PS4 releases anymore. I don't think they are. Root was intended, by the way. It's just so sickening to me. The design philosophy behind just not addressing the root. Genuinely frustrating shit. But I guess it could be rationalized because at that point in the game, they didn't really care. Love the root. Yeah, I said it. I love the root without the radius thing. Legitimately, it's an interesting gun that is actually a good boss melter without the radius thing. But then with the radius thing, it's just like, I don't know. I play enough playstyles in this game that already cause my eyes physical pain. I don't need that one. Especially because that one also reduces the gameplay loop to shoot at sky and wait for encounter to end from anywhere in the map. Why it's time trial span. Not only would it be terrible to verify those runs, there's also no gameplay loop anymore. I feel for people that can't upgrade to PS5. The games industry is fast moving on. Delaying the cementing of PS5, Xbox, whatever the fuck it is, being current gen made sense at the time because we're in a global pandemic with supply chain issues, and all sorts of shit was going on. Like, yeah, I get it. But now we're in a time where people pretend the pandemic doesn't exist. And supply chain issues have been mitigated. The industry has learned to adapt to, for the most part. And, you know, the tech requirements of new releases are far beyond what those old consoles can handle. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. PC isn't allowed to have new games on HDD. PS4 shouldn't be expect to handle that shit. Yo, same. My birthday gift to myself this upcoming year will probably be that PC upgrade finally. I can't really justify not doing it any longer. Because there's so many games I want to play that I'm like, okay, well, I have to borrow a console to play this. Like, nah. I hate spending large amounts of money, but I'm gonna just have to do it. believe it when I see it. I'm being forced into it, Chris. God, GPUs are so fairly priced. Mm-hmm. Ub, where are you? Ub, why are you back there? I want my full damage on this boss, though, like... It requires a sacrifice. Dude, where is Cub? I think Cub is still at Valkyrie's. Yeah, I'm not running back that far. Blood for the overkill god. So we're just gonna wait a couple minutes for Cup to end. Could have finished the takedown by now, but I want to do the Woden fight with full flare bonus because I rarely get to. Upgrade gonna include a proper monitor as the plan for more frames, nothing else. Probably a proper monitor. Like, I plan on kind of going all out. Like, new desk to have space for 3 monitors. And then purchase a monitor to take advantage of the new hardware as the primary one. Hey, it's here now. I mean, too late, but... V-Day present the homies can chip in. You guys are gonna get me a bidet? That's so kind. Alright, you guys heard J-Bridge. We're gonna have a bidet stream. Is there a category on Twitch for that? Or would that be the hot tubs and pools one? $1440p mid refresh isn't that bad price wise anymore, and it's 100% worth it to have VR alone. Never mind the refresh. Something I've wanted for a while. Really enjoying my new Asus 38-inch 4K monitor. How much did you pay for that? Out of curiosity. See, I'd take a bidet, right? 1,000? That's not as bad as I was expecting, to be honest. I'm just worried that well, I imagine there's like warranty plans and stuff, right? I'm just worried that I drop that kind of money and then it shits out on me. I don't have a horrible track record with monitors. Like, I've only had one monitor shit out on me in the last decade. And it was after a decade of use, so like... Looking at the October recap in Quack's community, used Jiggling 882 times, followed by second place Quack Chat being used 358 times. Of course. Y'all have good taste. You could find it for $8.99 now? Cool. Better brands have pretty decent replacement policy these days. That's comforting. Yeah, having max flare makes such a big difference here. Keep in mind, I'm still using an element that the boss heavily resists, with 2 bonus elements that the boss heavily resists. Like, literally all of my damage types are heavily resisted. Hey, Sora, thank you for the $20. Fourth day, here's someone help out with it. It's a couple months away, but thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Field 3 in Wonderlands look great in 4K, 120 FPS. One of my reasons for holding back is I imagine once I start experiencing a stable 120 FPS on games, it's gonna be really hard for me to go back. I have a green monster on this save, don't I? Yeah. I could try that. Oh, I'd have to respec because I spec'd around having extra cloud of lead from Flare. And I have less radius on the red explosions. Would I really lose? Considering how much I'm shooting, Flare is not providing me as much value as it theoretically could. Proportionally. Look, I have Vic Rush. I have a lot of fire rate from Super Soldier. I don't have RPMs. I guess that's a big chunk that I'm missing that Stainless Steel Bear from Flare is making up for. Right. I could have a green monster with forging RPMs though. Yeah. So we'll try it. We'll try it. I'll need to respec, but where in my saves list is this? I have too many saves. I thought this one was higher up in the list, but maybe it's not. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Was this one called Boogie? Yeah, yeah. Where are you? It's crazy to me that I'm still taken off guard by some of my, let's call them creative save names. Like, I have one called Moses Cake. I can only assume that's the yellow cake Mose I was messing around with, but, like, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. This one. Green monster. Duplicate. Let's go with radius here. Be good, right? I'll have to do a respec and grab the appropriate cloud of lead investment, but this will actually make my ammo situation slightly negative if I'm not critting consistently enough. But we will see. We will see how it impacts me. Should have probably kept track of how I was actually spec'd for this. I assume I did that. Make the wrong thing. Not the passives I wanted, but we'll see how it performs anyway. I'm off the crush. Got short fuse. Okay, I need spirit firepower now. Suppose I don't need running on fumes in this version, but benefit that much from not having it? Not really. Did I have drowning in brass in the other spec? I'm pretty sure I didn't. Just do that. Drowning in brass definitely makes the most sense here, but I want you rad. No, I definitely didn't. I had this. Where was this last point? Probably match set. I do take drowning in brass there. My gun damage passive there. Drowning in brass would also slow my fire rate. Help my sustain. Yeah, 1 point drowning in brass hurts my soul. But it makes sense. Starfield isn't a Game of the Year nominee. The universe is sometimes okay. That's good. But Remnant 2 not being in? That's, questionable. The unfortunate thing about Green Monster is that this sound isn't going to stop for a while. Unless I do that to myself. RE4R as a nominee. They'll take no illusions that don't win or even should win. Yeah, I agree. I still haven't played Separate Ways. I gotta do that. Anything outside of BG3 winning is game industry copium. Real. Like, all the hype bros are gonna vote for Spider-Man 2. But in terms of industry, like, impact, there is no way anything other than BG3 deserves that. Like, I assume Tears of the Kingdom's in the mix just because Zelda IP loyalty. Minecraft. Hear real buzz about Alan Wake 2. I've heard very good things about Alan Wake 2. That's the next thing I'm gonna start playing after Remnant DLC. Hey, newbie. Haven't even played BG3. I don't know, wouldn't like it, but 100% agree. It's one of those things you can understand that, like, even if a game isn't objectively for you, like Elden Ring deserved to win Game of the Year for the year that it won, even though it's not something that I considered my favorite release of that year. Is this a little obnoxious? Yes, but I really like how this illustrates the point of people not understanding where Moses' ammo sustain comes from. Took me that long to run out. Shooting at nothing. It's been good enough. There's legitimately 5 to 7 games that could win Game of the Year in another year and no one would bat an eye. Yeah. Good year for games, for sure. Yet you'll still have the Call of Duty bros run around saying, there's nothing to play. There's no good games anymore. You know the ones, every time. I've heard RoboCop's pretty good, actually, Tom. Is it? Have you played it? Sorry, what's happened with this near infinite earworm? Earworm? I hear good but flawed. Yeah, full-blown RoboCop game. Just stealth launch, Sora. Ah, I deserved that. Until someone corrects me, I'll put it down to Nintendo franchise loyalty being the next best thing outside of rigged voting. Like, I've heard that Mario RPG is good. I just haven't really heard why or anything. I believe that it's good. Sure. But it's one of those things where, much like I'm sure Tears of the Kingdom is a great game. If industry impact and like franchise innovation is a factor, then that genuinely means that certain things don't belong in the conversation. Even outside of Nintendo. For example, like Spider-Man 2. They didn't change that much. Still a great game, though. Ever seen anyone play Mayhem 10 when you get more loot? No, you don't actually get more loot, Movement Medic. It is a development oversight that's been confirmed by the devs. It's been supported with data mining. You don't actually get that loot penalty that Mayhem 11 says it gives. That the code for that isn't in the game. The primary reason people play Mayhem 11 is just to not have modifiers to deal with. There's lots of builds, though, where modifiers can be beneficial. A couple of the builds I've played today, I've had on Mayhem 10 because beneficial modifiers. Some of the modifiers are even good enough that we had to ban them in time trials. Because they create some balance issues. I don't contest it being good, but this year has a Game of the Year list should take far more than just good. I agree. Mayhem 2.0 modifiers. There's some good ones, but like all the ones in the sphere of, hey, elemental immunities on random enemies. Like, fuck off. Don't give me that. There's some with a healthy give and take, like More Than Okay Boomer, like Roguelite. Some that are strictly positive, like Speed Demon, Loot Splosion, Slayer. I was honestly thinking that Green Monster would perform substantially better than Flare, but it just doesn't. It's pretty good info. Saw the Killer Queen build on the endgame build. PDF worked great until the spider disappeared. Yeah, you're encountering the reason why even among like theory crafters who really enjoy Flak Pet stuff, people like the creator of that build, Boom, don't really talk it up in comparison to other things because Flak Pet builds are still the least potent form of viable build Flak can do, largely because of bugs like that. Like, Spider Encounters is great until you encounter an enemy that the AI doesn't understand how to attack command, or until it gets permanently stuck under the ground. And then the problems start and don't stop. It's one of those things that gets overlooked a lot in, like, particularly the YouTube build scene, where you'll see someone cherry pick a, like, let's say Warloader throwing a a fish slap or a gas call or even a fastball or something at a boss, and they'll be like, look how much damage this does. Okay, keep in mind you have maybe a 10% success rate on getting the loader to throw the grenade at that enemy and actually have everything aligned to hit that peak damage value without the loader, say, choosing not to throw the grenade or throwing the grenade but then hitting the floor at its feet and blowing itself up, or you not getting the crit proc you need on the grenade, or you don't see that in the cherry pick clip. And then that's even outside of the fact that if you, as Flak, threw that same grenade yourself, you could throw it, say, 5, 6, 7, 8 times in that window of time and total more damage. And even if you didn't total more damage, you'd still be more efficient because the amount of damage you need to do is not so high that that loader theoretical peak, which admittedly is a big number, that doesn't happen, that is damage you don't need. Like, if you're fighting bosses that have 5 billion health, you don't need to do, 800 trillion damage. You just need to do 5 billion. So if you can do 5 billion a dozen times, why wouldn't you just do that? Moo, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm crying. Have you tried not being sad? Don't worry, I want to punch myself in the face for saying that too. Two margaritas. Ooh, what kind of margaritas? You know what's really good? Jalapeno margaritas. Mmm. Jalapeno margaritas, like a little bit of mango. Mmm. Makes total sense. Trying to find a good build to farm that Singer Shield for your Rackstab build. Frozen Heart is a really good temporary option. There's even some situations where Frozen Heart can compete with Stinger at that peak for Rackstab. So I would highly recommend that. Obviously, it's not going to benefit from the melee stuff that the Stinger would. Frozen Heart is the name of the build. No, Frozen Heart is the shield. You could play Rackstab, as outlined in the gear write-up and everything. Just swap out the Stinger for a Frozen Heart until you can get a Stinger. It won't benefit from the melee bonuses that the Stinger would. But the advantage you have is that it's the widest radius Shield Nova in the game that is capable of doing good damage, provided you have things like the splash bonuses and the Guardian Angel. And that Nova, when it goes off, you get healed for each enemy it hits, so it enhances your survivability, and it also automatically freezes any enemy it hits that can be frozen. So that's another way of indirect survivability, because enemies that, are frozen aren't attacking you. I hit the shield. Skill issue. I'm supposed to eat this GameStop without my wig. That's a combination of words. Another thing to keep in mind for Stinger farming movement medic is shields will... So shields don't have that thing that guns and grenades do, that mayhem level that dictates their base damage that counts as character levels. All you have to worry about is anoints. So in theory, unlike Mayhem 2, you could get an anointed Stinger from Anathema and then just reroll that. But the minimum level you need to be on to guarantee an anointed item as an anoint is Mayhem 8. So if you're having trouble farming up to Anathema on Mayhem 10, you could try dropping it down to 8. Then obviously the other loot you get wouldn't be at full capacity, but any shields you got would be as good as they would be. So that's something that can make that farm easier as well. Gonna drive to Walnuts? No, you're not, Moo. You had margaritas. You're not gonna drive. Hey, mate, it's the same. It's the one to farm for Stinger, got it. So I get one, maybe try to farm 11. Yeah. Like, in theory, you could do it all the way down on 1 and then just hope you know, when you get the Stinger drop that it's anointed. Another thing you could do is, Stinger is one of the comparatively few takedown drops that can pop up in the Diamond Armory. So if you have Diamond Keys, throw it on a 10 and then hope from there. Is it worth it to farm with the Bloody Harvest event up? For Stingers specifically, I would say no. In general, depends on what items you're after. Beskar is so sick. Just that reflect. You're drunk, but get some water and don't go anywhere. You have food in your fridge? Wham. Listen, you do not have the right to criticize my aim right now. Not even you being correct. I tried on my Switch. I understand. I understand. Activating 2 Mountain Shrines of Risk or in Returns is even worse. Oh no. I've heard Risk or in Returns is like legitimately hard. I'm excited to play it. When I'm traveling next month, I'm probably gonna be just absolutely sweating on Risk or in Returns on the plane. Catharsis turned the music off. In Bayonetta 3, I did not. No, he's a loser. It's true, you don't have to do me like that, though. Walk in a straight line. I don't believe you. Can't judge me? No, I'm not judging you. If I'd had your day, I'd want to be I can't see walker type straight. Kind of twisted too. I ain't judging. I can also aim down the sights. Well, I can't do that sober, so you win. Prove it. No, no, maybe don't do that. Time me. No, I'm good. I am A-okay. Coward? Yep. Are you? Because you look a lot like me, except with the facial hair. You know, you're not wrong. I love how you can tell when my dots are actually applying as I want them to, because then the music goes off, but then it starts creeping back in if I don't apply dots for a while. I'm not gonna read any of those messages, but thank you for sharing. That's right. Yeah, this is the typical, actually, it's happened a little later in the stream. Usually this is Moo Girl around, an hour ago. That's right, Quag Dwayne Johnson, the only bald bitch in... So if you wrote a superhero movie, you know, the kind that inexplicably just has a bunch of buff bald dudes, and then there's just you, and then refuse to explain the difference, or at least the common theme. Force the audience to read between the lines, figure that out. I'm scared of bald people. Watched Conehead too many times. Is this where I rip my hat off and yell boo? Half of us are numb to it, wish this wasn't normal. Yeah, this is pretty much just the day in the life. Yeah, Raid, like... I don't know, maybe half the people are actually like, huh? Everyone else just like, oh, classic. But Tony Stark isn't the one who swings from building to building. If you were using your pubes like Tony Stark, you'd be like selling them to countries for them to wage war on each other with. You think there's a market for that with pubes? No, I'm curious. I shouldn't have taken a sip before reading that. Got him. What do you think, Kevin? Do you think there's an international market for pubes arms dealers? My cat has to hear some shit. No overkill. He's washed. I'm the reason OnlyFans girls have eye. You lost me again. You lost me. I no longer understand what we're talking about. Oh, I missed one. Oh, it was you. Whoopsie work. I was too distracted to even remember to go for Valk skip here. You mean the color purple? Quack, 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 chat, quack. Look at chat for 5 seconds, ask the question, just end up dying laughing. Whatever this is. Yeah, Purple Panda, every once in a while, Moo Girl has a day and just, like, publicly unravels here. I figure better it happens here than, like, out in the world. So it's just kind of something we've accepted. Oh, you know something I haven't tested on Rackstab is, the jumping fish tech. But I think I'd just die more. Wish my margarita dealer gave me the same stuff that Moo gets. I don't know a good margarita place near me. All the restaurants have, like, swapped out since the pandemic. I don't really go out around here much. Like, the last time I went out around here was, went to Buffalo Wild Wings after a wedding. Pet. Come here, pet. I think he thought I was talking to him when I said pet. Okay, anyway, Scoom's loves me, mom loves me. Yeah. I missed. Oh no, it hit, and it's just I was slow. You talking about Mario now? I don't know, I always got more, like, bear vibes off of Mario, right? Anyone else get, like, top energy from Mario? Like, I feel like Mario is a very aggressive and selfish top. No, absolutely not. Really? Okay, I might be alone on this one. Hey, Renegade, how you doing? Olsen energy from Mario? Damn. Don't do Mario like that. Just... No, we're talking about pre-Chris Pratt Mario. I got try-hard energy, insecure, overcompensated energy. Yeah. He's a top who's very inconsiderate. Doesn't even want to consider the possibility that he might actually be a switch or even a bottom. Mario's more like an Uncle Buck. Goofy and larger than life, but def a bottom. I'm usually in agreement with Nunu on these things. We agree, but you think he's still in denial about it? Yeah, I think he's just... He's very repressed, so he's unwilling to explore that possibility about himself. So the identity he's crafted for himself is that, you know, he's top. Now Luigi, that guy fucks. That guy fucks. Luigi is the Pete Davidson of Nintendo. Fucking Chad, yeah. It's way too accurate. Luigi definitely fucks. Hey Beef, how you doing? How does Pete Davidson? Because he's funny and he's confident. That's how that guy fucks. That's all you need. You just gotta have a good personality and, like, be fun to be around. People always go, but he's ugly. Yeah, who cares? Most people are ugly. If y'all are confused about Luigi's pain, look at the size of Daisy's ass. Is Daisy dragging a wagon? I don't know off the top of my head what Daisy looks like. Exactly, Quag still managed to beat the Rizzler 9000. I can clean up to clear the threshold of pretty, but I don't put in any effort. Yeah, fish gets bigger. That was proof. And it has a whip and Risk of Rain? Sick. Third petition to have Luigi played by Pete Davidson in the sequel Mario movie. I think people would be on board with that. Seems like a pox upon any house, and I just get that vibe. I wouldn't hang out with the dude, but you can't deny that he's got some sort of magnetism to a large number of people, and I can only surmise it's because he's a funny man. You can unlock the skills in the Survivor with either a certain mission, like in Risk of Rain 2, completing its corresponding Providence trial. That sounds metal. Yeah, but putting the extra meat doesn't explain, you know, the slide in it in the first place move. Because sure, that extra meat would, like, you know, potentially be useful for, you know, providing a reason to see past maybe a shit personality to the right person. Sure, I get that. But, like, that ain't gonna get you in the door most of the time. Like, contrary to how self-declared alpha males think the world works, walking and declaring you have just positively impressive schmeat isn't really gonna make anyone want to hang out with you. Now, this Twitch chat would be different. Because half the degens in here would be like, well, prove it. But not dead yet, Flabad. Yeah, I'm low-key kind of considering whether or not I want to start pushing time trials in this category again, so, like, this is good practice. I know you're a fake slut. Reformed slut, Moo. There's a difference. I wish. It's okay to ride a dick to the white meat and ghost the shitty person the next day. I mean, that's a way of putting it, but yeah. That is your right. It's a pretty good courtyard, but I want to run that back. Yes, in the midst of this conversation, I somehow found the motivation to want to speedrun this awful, awful category again. And then shots like that make me not want to run the category anymore. Like, who lived? Whom stood? Whom stood? Talk about horniness squad wants to speedrun. I think we found a quack king. Quag kink? What's even in that emote? Quag with a fish slap. Stop it. Stop knowing me. That was slow. Failed the slide. Listen. We don't need to talk about it. I think I have attended. Yeah, you do. I'm proud of you. Thank you for noticing. Lurking earlier, where do you end up on Grenade Amara? It's a build concept, love to test for myself. It's fun. There's a bunch of ways to go about it. I can do another run with it after this one, Beef. Talk through as I play. I think I have teeth in my mouth. I want to put my teeth in your mouth. How about that? What are you gonna do about that one? I'm pogging out about it. That fucking emote. I can't look at it. It hurts me. Bite the queen. Stop it. Don't call it the queeness. Don't do that. The king's queeness. What do I do with that, man? I'm gonna have to go through life with some part of myself saying that every time. We're playing Grenade Amara now. Today is unhinged. I'm out of coffee. I keep picking up my mug. It's empty. I need more. Is what it is. Purge today. Yeah, today is especially cursed. Never gonna be able to unhear it. Yeah. Yeah. Is what it is. Okay, so the way I like doing this, Beef, is the big thing you want for grenade builds on all characters is this grenade damage passive on artifact is hugely important. And then you can also have a grenade damage passive here. And more than OK Boomer modifier is more grenade damage and more grenade ammo. So all of that is a good foundation. Obviously GA. But the particular route we went here is URAD, Deathless, and URAD allows you to also do some cool dot stuff. Amara has Wildfire, Amara has Anima, Tempest, Catharsis, Conflux. All that's dot support. Forceful Expression applies to grenades. So we're also getting that bonus corrosive bonus element on top of this. Um, we have a bunch of additional corrosive damage. On top of our corrosive grenade with our radiation bonus element. We went with ASA 150 on the grenade itself. So that we can use phase flare as our filler damage in between grenades. So we run around placing shooting star. Which, if you think about it, it's a lot like airplanes in the night sky. Hey, Dershafall, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? We're just messing around with various builds today. Currently doing some Grenade Amara stuff because it's fun and very different. Now there's definitely a lot more damage you can fit into this setup, but I chose a Beskar here for the defensive applications. Like, this is why Beskar is great, because you can just do this. Sure, you're welcome. Just farmed around a bit in Mallow and Takedown with Zan. Very nice, very nice. Mallow and Takedown's one of those timeless pieces of content. It really never gets old, does it? Audible nose exhale. Hey, that's peak comedy. Getting that nose exhale, earning it. About to start a brand new Zane playthrough, so hype. Let's go. Really is a wish right now that he didn't just stick that song in my head. Hey, real ones remember. That song is how old now? Do I want to know? Sticky longbow? Yeah, triple sticky beef. Generally have a strong dislike of MTD. Trials are my go-to in-game content. Interesting. I like Trials as well. GTD is my favorite. It's just Malawan has that that good mix of, you know, being bite-sized. So it's good for a quick test. While still having, you know, comparatively high HP enemies. 2010, not that bad. Okay. I thought it was like 2008 or something. Yeah, not that bad. Cat. Oh, I missed. That's why we have that. And yeah, Shooting Star can crit. It's like weird, but super cool. cold equals bad. Sad. Song from 2010 not that bad. Underwear from 2010. All of a sudden I'm unreasonable. I don't judge. I question. I don't judge. Go get some food and stay and lurk. I appreciate the raid and the lurk. Hope your food is excellent. I should probably start thinking about food for myself too. I could wait a little bit. Shooting star proc the augment that grabs extra enemies. What do you mean? Stillness of mind? The thing with that is, like, they would get dropped immediately. So, probably, but... that would also involve not using expedite. You see me leaning heavily into shooting star here, because the sticky grenade is so volatile to use in close quarters. That's why I'm going especially heavy into shooting star. But if you're using, say, another grenade for mobbing, you wouldn't need to make that concession. And you could just grenade things close as well. A really good grenade for that purpose is, light speed. Get my ASA active. Cryo would be better for the bigger dots. Let me do that. That was a good freeze. You measure the lifespan of your underwear in decades? I can't say that I do. Yeah, as you can see, just the light speed spam is very capable of doing well. Hey, Lyman, thank you for the 29 months. I appreciate it. I'm to dev confirm they're working on cross-sites being finalized. Just no ETA yet. W. Massive W. back to grenade now. Coming outside. Oh no, they're not there. Hey Don, thank you for the 36 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Time is crazy. 3 years. Really appreciate it. Hope everything's well on your end. Now the swelling stopped, I'm fine now. How dare you? Missed. Missed again. I missed. I hit. So I thought he was making a joke about me saying all is swell. All is well, swell. That's not a thing? What's not a thing, Lyman? Oh, I got it? Hey. What is that? There's someone like... It's like a leaf blower idling or something. It's driving me fucking crazy. I can only hear it out of my left ear. It's distant enough that the mic isn't picking it up, but I hear it. Level 1 3 throws a purple grenade. Triple sticky purples are one of the hardest hitting things in the entire game. End up doing Dark Army Flak. I did. I can do a run of that. Remind me at the end of this run. I'll do some Dark Army Flak. I guess sound redemptions are broken, but I can pet the pet. We got the Kevin right here. This is the premium Kevin. Kevin with the dirtiest butthole. He's not good at cleaning that thing. So sometimes he'll just be like walking around and then his tail lift up and I'll be like, bro, come on, finish the job. He's too cute. I can't stay mad. But yeah, Lyman, sticky grenades are good because not only do they have a very high base damage, 87k is quite good for a grenade, the explosion will double dip damage bonuses because it counts the stick and then the explosion will look at the stick, so certain multipliers get applied an additional time, including Guardian Angel, including grenade damage boost, elemental damage boosts. So you can get that sticky number to be quite high. Daughter's hamster died 2 days ago. Tragedy was. Oh, I'm sorry, Voodoo. Hope she's doing okay. The biggest downside of trying to use sticky grenades with the longbow delivery method is that in mobbing you have to be like very precise. Also, the longbow delivery does less damage than a lot of the other ones. It's just helps with delivering in bossing which is what it's primarily here for. Making me shoot the GA. Unbelievable. Stop dodging. Thank you. Jake never steps up to his homie. I can't say I've looked for them providing that kind of help. Kevin, you're doing a good job cleaning the front end, or are you gonna clean the back end? Jake jumped up on the bed as soon as I said that. Oh no, it's a prophecy. Love playing Mo's and fish for discipline. She dies all the time, doesn't care, just throw another fish. Yeah, fight for your life is not a negative condition for Mo's. Like, interestingly, Mose is the character who doesn't lose her damage buffs either. Like, she can still throw her grenades, she still has all her buffs. Death Rattle Mo's builds, keep getting down and back up, that work. My brain just said. So the thing with Death Rattle is its revive is inconsistent at best. And also, like, do you need that? Like, this is the game where we have too angry to die and to the last. So you can just throw grenades while you're down, and as long as there is an enemy somewhere and you're like half of the map, you're good. So why not just run something that gives you something all the time rather than Death Rattle, which is inconsistent and provides no value once its effect has already happened. I wish Death Rattle was better. It's just not really justifiable in the state we got it. What Death Rattle even does. It claims that it'll revive you. It doesn't actually do it in any consistent manner. And since we will use the stone comment, interests me. I don't know enough about the game's mechanics to find a good way to use it. So the stone class mod is good for action skill damage builds that want some extra survivability, because the damage reduction from the class mod is actually incredibly good. While it also has, you know, a rolls to do harm and awakening, which are good for action skill damage stuff. So if you're doing something like a phase cast URAD build, Stone is one of the class mods that can be really good. Like, if I wanted to run, say, Revolter here over Beskar, then there's an argument for going, Stone over Fazerker, even though it would be less overall useful. I would still be getting a good damage increase, and I would be much tankier than I would be with the Fazerker. So, like, Amara is kind of in this position where you're already having to justify a lot of things to yourself to not use Fazerker. But if you were to take Fazerker off the table, then you see a lot of situations where Driver or Stone or Golden Rule can have some sort of valid use case. Driver for speedruns. Yeah, Driver is the speedrunning comm. It's used in the Pestilence setup. It's used in the Blade Fury setup. Driver's great, but it is certainly more specific in how it has to be used. Driver's my personal favorite Amara class mod. No, I activated it while underground. And at least I have the benefit of the ASA 150 right now. It's like Driver's screen shaking or constant screaming, get on my nerves. Yeah, I turned dialogue off so I don't have to hear the screaming, but unfortunately the screen shake is still very much a thing. Meteor Amara? How much meteor is she? Come on, I need details. Omega Meteor. Amazing. Gone fishing? Where did she go fishing? Kaikona. None of your business. Listen here, brother. You're starting to sound like my sister when I asked her for her OnlyFans. Okay, Kona. Aw. Hell yeah, brother. There you go. if your accuracy is bad, then this grenade is like really hard to use. But that honestly makes it cooler in my mind, because it's something with some clear pros, cons. Takes some effort to use. I like triple stickies. Let's do Dark Army Flak. She's so beautiful on the Switch. What, Samus? Samus's Bay. Yeah. 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 Me actually need to do that over here. So what we do here is those go on the ground. Equip that for gun damage. I guess Pro would be better, but whatever. That for more gun damage. And now we're good. Yeah, this is Electric Banjo Dark Army Flak. You're comm swapping? I love comm swapping with all my friends. Did I go to the comm swap meet? I did not. Did shove over a 12-year-old in GameStop. That wasn't very nice. But yeah, so I'm doing 150 over 90 here with an ASC 50. The thought process is the banjo chains off of the buffed Dark Army drones getting the ASC 50 can then Megavore crit on that. And then if that gets the kill, that's hollow points in like directions I'm not looking at. And the banjo isn't doing, like, nothing. Still been taking the heme out? Yeah, I did take it to heme out. It did okay. I didn't use a fire Dark Army, but I can't really think of a reason to do that over corrosive with the, you know, the bounty hunter tech. I didn't optimize it for hemo. It could probably be taken a lot farther. It did okay though. Good by gun build standards. By non-gun build standards, eh. I think getting some more crit damage into the setup would do it good. And then obviously I need good Megavore RNG. Something that caught me off guard a lot with this as well is the chucks are doing good damage. Like, I don't have splash bonuses anywhere right now. And the chucks are still doing chunks. So, like, I wonder if changing my gearing a little bit. Like, what does EchoCast say I have on my class mod right now? For, passives? Can't open the menu because then my drones will respawn. Put a DM our regular TDR chalk and build. Yeah. Musk's district attorney. Dump truck ass. Radius SMG damage cooldown. Ooh, thank you. So yeah, cooldown for splash is probably the play. Yeah, that was a banjo chain that just killed that enemy. And got me a second win. It's not nothing. I believe the weapon's called 40596594777 plus. Ah, I see. Yeah, like a splash mold there would be just a huge overall increase. But that's what the drones are doing by themselves. It's just so good. It's such a crazy good weapon. It's crazy to me how the plasma coil is the third place SMG for raw damage output in its DLC, but it's frequently called the strongest weapon in the game. You had to stop there. Alright, Banjo, pick the right... You did not pick the right target. That was a crazy chain, but you did not pick the right target. Can the Banjo not go through that? Banjo L. Here, let's see, I wanted to try one with, do I have an appropriate Dark Army for this? Or not Dark Army, Stackbot. Watching the splash radius cooldown. I need splash radius, SMG damage. One with shotgun. I don't have one with SMG. Tragic. I'll have to fix that real quick. That needs to go there. Needs to go there. Just change that one. It's fine. Point and click general use weapons for fun for about 30 minutes IMO. Yeah. A lot of them just get old very quickly, but the thing is, plasma coil is even awkward as a point and click weapon compared to like some of the others offerings on the table. Like for example, plasma coil gets absolutely smacked the fuck down as a shock Malawan splash weapon for all purposes by the free radical, yet it doesn't get referred to as such. I think it just goes back to a lot of the strongly held opinions about items in the game come from having not used other items in the game, which is understandable considering how many items there are in the game. But there's also things like, okay, the Kaesin, the Flipper, Kibsworth, all of those are able to roll the same elements, so they can have a comparable performance to the plasma coil against shielded targets, but then you've got the added benefit of the fact that they can roll corrosive and cryo, which are massively more powerful against armored targets. And then you gotta factor in the fact that every single major health bar in the game, is armored. All of the True Trials bosses except for the Sarah. Unless the Tink, I don't remember if the Tink has armor or not, but Hag has armor, Hemo has armor, Seer has armor, all of the takedown bosses have armor. Aista has armor. You know. Armor. And then if you go into character-specific synergies, well, Moze and Zane have additional incentive for Cryo from Superior Firepower and Executor, respectively, meaning Cryo will do more baseline. And you have the fact that Cryo has more base weapon damage on non-Malawan guns, so Kaesin, for example. And then Flak has that heavy incentive to use corrosive damage from Interplanetary Stalker plus Bounty Hunter plus Ratio. Also, Kaesin being Dahl means it gets better class mod passives because Dahl crit is nutty. What was I looking for? What save am I on? Oh yeah, I know what save I'm on. Probably a little bit of how popular Arms Race was when it came out that contributes to that. Everyone wanted the plasma coil at that time. That's true. Free Radical is only a few months older or younger than that, though. It's interesting to me how Free Radical never got that gas, even though it's easier to farm, more powerful from the same season of content. I think it's just people get stuck in their ways very easily. That's probably why the light show is still gassed up so much, despite it being like, I was gonna say fourth string, but that's still probably too generous. Where is save here. Find it eventually. I have too many saves, chat. Finding it in this menu has just gotten progressively more difficult. I could use better naming conventions. That would require planning ahead. And I don't know if I got that in me, you know? Where is it? No, I'm not looking for Breeding Boyo or Grenathan or Paul. There it is. Stackbot. That. Area damage, area radius. Yes. No, I don't want Stackbot actually. Well, put this on anyway since I'm right here. But it was a bounty hunter I wanted. Bounty hunter. Hunter's eye. Yeah. The cooldown here. Area damage. Oops. I missed default shift player. 100% light show. Seeing dead. Yeah. I mean, my favorite weapon in the entire game is Explosion, which is point and click, but it's fun point and click. Well, it's point and click with depth for the sphere of item it inhabits, right? There's not a lot of sniper rifles that do splash damage and are of the traditional sniper variety. Like, Jacobs as a manufacturer is really held back by very few of its items being splash or elemental or having any sort of multi-target outside of the ricochet. Not that it needs a multi-target outside the ricochet. But like some of the most powerful Jacobs weapons are weapons that defy that. Lucky 7 being able to be elemental and splash. Clairvoyance not being splash, but being high damage with an element. Rowan's Call having multiple element options, splash ricochets, and good damage. You know, those kind of defy the normal Jacobs conventions. Head Explosion has always been good. It's just been one of those things that is overlooked because it's a dedicated only item. A lot of players just don't know it exists because it's not something you can get really accidentally. Its drop source has even been moved, so it's even more obscure. Waiting for you to say Hellwalker. I'm not gonna say Hellwalker. Hellwalker is not even high tier by Jacob's standards. Hard pill to swallow. Hey Joker, Lucky 7, one of my favorites, such a fun option to mess with. Yeah, it's one of those great examples of how if you give something guidelines for how you have to like enable its power, you can justify cramming a lot of power into it. Lucky 7 is one of the most powerful things in this entire game, and its dominance in the time trial scene speaks for itself. It is easily, if you were to call a gun that is like point, shoot at something, kill it, best, Lucky 7 is the only one with legitimate claim to that, because it is so oppressively powerful at its peak compared to everything else. But it's got that enforced gameplay loop of you have to roll the modifiers and then have enough build investment to keep the modifiers. So it's got a cost. It's power with a price. I think that's thematically very interesting and lets you justify making guns stupid broken like Lucky 7 is stupid broken. I think it's good design. Is that the one? No. Gotta make extra space here. That gets dropped. That's why I don't like the Radical, probably the only gun I don't like. Yeah, there's no costs. That gun is just nothing but upsides, constantly. But I see more guns to powerfully at realistic gimmicks like Lucky 7 in the future. Same. Same. One that you can mess around with if you don't have any experience with that I know Mr. Sean is a fan of, so he's going to back me up on this. A Sleeping Giant is super cool. It's like the Lucky 7 before the Lucky 7 was a thing. But yeah, if anyone still doesn't understand our constant glazing of how good the Lucky 7 is, just look at the Time Trials leaderboard, exclamation point trials, and just look how many entries are Lucky 7, and look at the gaps between some of the entries. Like, top Mo's is Lucky 7 for True Guardian Takedown, and it's not close. Almost all Proving Grounds categories are Lucky 7. Almost all Circles of Slaughter are Lucky 7. With very few exceptions. It is insanely powerful at peak. Easily the best offering Jacob's manufacturer has to, like, the gun category. It's just, it's enforces a specific gameplay loop, so it doesn't see a lot of use. Sleeping Giant was fun, just not consistent for me. Inside gimmick activated popped off though. Exactly like the Lucky 7. It doesn't do its thing until you force it to continue to do its thing with a build. And like, if you look at everything that way, it kind of all falls into place builds-wise. Like, obviously, an item that gets dual scaling with some downsides, like Face Puncher not getting a lot of gun-specific mechanics, but getting gun damage and melee damage. Well, Face Puncher without investment will not scale as well as something like a Herald without investment. But invest, and it gets silly. You know, that concept applies to a lot of things in these games. Using a more even playing field example, Stinger versus Void Rift or Nova Shields. If we're looking at just the damage, Void Rift absolutely smokes the Stinger until you have heavy melee investment. Both are good, but the gap swings depending on what gear you have equipped. Sort of like the Enforcer Survivor. It's a cop. Oh no. Okay, it's okay to lick a boot every once in a while, Sora. I'm not judging you for it. That's how many weapons are slept on. We have so many good options. Yeah, it is sad. I think it comes from... There's a bunch of factors. One, a lot of buffs happened over time. There are a lot of weapons that were not good and later became good. Another thing is early knowledge of options is never complete in any build crafting game, especially Borderlands. So you'll see a lot of like month 1 balance takes that are still around 4 years later for no reason other than they were said first and loudest. And that's kind of a shame. referencing part of the earlier conversation we had, the Headsplosion has always been a great weapon, and it's been in the game since day one. Not really gotten used enough for people to talk about it. Love watching my wallet disintegrate whenever I fill up my car. Everyone's got their kinks vocal. I don't know why I almost said voodoo. I've been live for 5 hours. My brain doesn't work. Everyone's got their kinks vocal. I won't judge you for yours. And yeah, another factor with that weapons being overlooked thing is there are just a lot of items in the game. It takes a lot of time to acquire an item to go out and test it. And often a lot of the items will require some supporting gear. There's also people get stuck in their ways. For example, the Cloning Maddening Tracker grenade that gets talked about a lot for, like, Mo's gearing. It only had a window of, a couple months where it was actually a solid pick compared to much easier to acquire, much more powerful options. But it happened in this window of time where people established their habits for what they like to use. Like, the origin of Cloning Maddening Tracker seeing use was people were looking for a replacement for the Hex after the behavior of several beam grenades for the purposes of the Vampire skill, which at the time was Moses' ideal survivability option because other things had not been introduced or buffed yet. It was the ideal option for proccing Vampire after beam grenades were adjusted. But then, in the spring of 2020, they buffed Moze by adding lifesteal to Russian Defensive, by adding heal over time to redistribution. By adding gun damage to Scrappy. They did a bunch of stuff to Moze in that patch. To make a lot of the less desirable skills more desirable. I believe that's when they added splash damage to Tor Cross Promotion as well. And then the whole process for getting survivability on Moze changed, because Russian Offensive lets you sprint for one single frame to full heal off of any damage type that you're doing, including dots. So that brought Hex back as the premier healing grenade on Moze. On top of that, they buffed the Hex's damage at that time as well. So it went back to being a damage leader. But a lot of people never switched back. One of my favorites, also one of the hardest to farm, a good one, that's the Protuberance, because of Berserker Splash Heavy build. Yeah, Protuberance with the specific mag, because there's two kinds of Protuberance you can get. If you don't get the, if you get the one that has, like, expanded mag size, it has massively less damage. So it just kind of, sucks. But a well-rolled one, absolutely lethal. You're right. There's a bunch of non-uniques like that. Yet we have people running around saying non-uniques aren't good in Borderlands 3 Endgame, which just isn't true. Okay, yeah, that splash passive made a massive difference. It was kind of gross. I don't have much gun damage on my own shots. Like, the thing to keep in mind is that my bullets here aren't benefiting from the other class mod. It's just bounty hunter damage. I could be using a stack bot myself, and then my drone damage would go down, but my damage would go up. That could be even sillier. It's crazy. Dark Army is so good. And again, this is 150 over 90. That I know it was doing nothing for most of that boss fight. Why do you enable my habit? I'm sorry, man. Yeah, honestly, with that splash damage adjustment, I'm being real greedy with my stream uptime here. One more thing. One more thing before we go. I want to go over to Hemo. Dark Army just isn't my style of weapon. It's amazing, feels clunky in my hands. That's totally understandable. Like, there's lots of stuff that you can consider objectively powerful, objectively good, objectively well designed in a game like this that has this many options, and just not want to use. That's okay. You can draw that line. It's encouraged. Everyone's got their preferences. It's important to draw the line in a precise way, like we're doing here, where it's like, hey, it's great, it's just not my cup of tea. Instead of, you'll see people say things like, oh, it's bad. Like, no, that's not what you mean. Sleeping Giant's not only a good metaphor for the gun, good metaphor for builds, items in general. It teaches you how to build for an item, learn how to do that awakens the giant of weapon build diversity. Yeah, exactly. Like, once you establish the habits for min-maxing around an item, it really opens up the options for, like, what you can have success with in the game. Monarch. Monarch is a great example of something that gets too much gas. It's objectively a very good item, but you'll hear it referred to in context that it doesn't need. Like, there's a bunch of people who were of the belief that the Monarch needed to be nerfed when Mayhem 2.0 came out, and it's like, but why though? Like, not only has the Monarch never gotten stronger since then, like, there were things stronger than the Monarch at that time too, and it's just perception around things matters a lot. You'll hear the vocal section of the fandom that operates purely on instinct making some claims about some items, and that can filter down in unexpected ways to get people to be unwilling to experiment or look into things in general themselves. And in this kind of game, experimentation is like the point, at least if you're playing outside of load screens. Yeah, Monarch specific talk. It's absolutely devastating in, say, Black's hands. It's pretty okay in Amara's hands. I don't really ever recommend it on Mo's, and it's an uphill battle on Zane because Zane's primary way of getting gun damage requires doing the thing that Monarch tells you can't do. Definitely not bad, but not character compliant. Put it that way. And then on Mo's, it's high projectile count for low base damage, non-splash that restricts mobility. All things Mo's absolutely does not want. That splash passive was a game changer. Holy shit. Yeah, Dark Army fucks. In response to Green saying, not my cup of tea. Oh, right, right. Yeah, exactly. It's a good example. It's a good example. Love to experiment with items, so I personally found some very fun ways to play it around, build around. Very pleased with how much room we have to experiment in this game. In my opinion, that's the biggest strength of this game. How much of a functional build sandbox it is. It gives you a variety of activities, and an item can be great in one activity and not in another. For example, one of my favorite items, the hot drop artifact prefix, is a very powerful outlet of damage, but it doesn't function at all in anti-grav areas. Like, the projectiles fizzle out before they hit the ground. So obviously it'll be great in activities that don't have that, but if you try to bring that into, say, the Guardian Takedown, or Skywell 27, or the what's the DLC 1 map that has the anti-grav? Name's escaping me right now. It just doesn't function. So, appropriate thing for appropriate activity. Obviously, the hard-hitting fire guns are great against Hemo. Impound Lock, thank you. They're not so good against say Mal1 Takedown, where the enemies that are weak to fire, well, they're only weak to fire after you take away their shields, and their health is a tiny percentage of their overall bulk anyway. This is a really good flesh melter. Shotgun damage, AoE in third slot, shield recharge rate, pull-out method being a non-detrimental suffix. Like, that's really good. Hot drop launchpad, static charge, something I'm hoping to get good variation in the future. Yeah, hot drop, spark plug, ice spiker are fantastic ground slam effects. Ground slams as a whole are underappreciated by the community. Hope we get good ground slam support in the next game, because it was minimized a bit from BL3 to Wonderlands. By a bit, I mean absolutely gutted. There's no real valuable way to weaponize your ground slam in that game. Whereas it could be your primary tool in this one. Okay, I've been dragging my feet enough. This has been fun. This has been fun. Dark Army even cleared my expectations as someone who knows it's good. And this could be optimized further as well for this fight in particular. Banjo, probably not necessary. Company Man would be providing a lot more because, you get the crit damage on a well-rolled one at least. I should have one with fire rate damage, crit damage instead of the reload speed. But yeah, you get the crit damage, you get the corrosive damage. I wouldn't need the cooldown. Just got. I guess I'd go more fire rate down there. Or does that get that? No, that's Pearl I'm thinking of. You go AoE down there. Yeah, get another AoE passive. In a world without Fish Slap, this could be on the Black Hemo board, I think. I had Breath of the Dying on the board for a long time until people started bringing fish. I wonder if Moe's could get Dark Army on the board. Probably need to find a way to force it to crit from Minesweeper. Worth thinking about. Clock back into work, having the rest of the stream. The stream's ending right now, but good to have you here, Joker. Splug, my beloved. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. That'll be it for today. Anyone live to raid? Is Lazy doing the thing today? It appears he's not. Tizzle's on. We'll raid Tizzle. Plan for tomorrow is, depending on what time it's out, Remnant 2 DLC. If I need to delay the stream start for that, I will. Yeah, the plan for tomorrow is Remnant 2 DLC, which I'm very hyped about. Very, 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 very hyped. But yeah, y'all have a good one. Risk of Rain returns. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that for my Switch. Fuck. See you tomorrow, Jacqueline. I already went over. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, yeah, we're good. Bye.